Hi, welcome to Automat Live Coding. Today we will implement the assembly instruction object. But for those who don't know Automat, we will start with an introduction. And since we are doing the weekly devlogs now, we'll start with recording the devlog itself. Let's go to full screen. Yeah, I guess that looks nice. So hey, welcome to the second week of Automat devlogs. This time we are starting with the assembly project. If you look at Automat right now, you can see that the way we pass control is very linear. Every object has just one output object that it can trigger. We could add some objects that would have several outputs or several inputs that could make decisions. This is one option to actually solve this control problem, to just implement a bunch of objects that will handle all of the possible control primitives. However, we are not going to do that. We are instead going to implement a different solution based on the assembly language. This assembly language, the native assembly for whatever platform Automat is running on. Most of the case, like currently this is x86, we will support other architectures as well. The reason for going with assembly, surprisingly, it may seem, is that it's actually a very conceptually simple thing. If you look at like people who are starting programming, like maybe look is the right word. If you look at them working and try to see what are the most common errors, what do they get wrong, this is typically the syntax of the language. Whenever you want to program in any language, you have to learn the syntax. In assembly, there is some syntax, but very, very little. And actually you can find a way to work around it completely so that we can basically eliminate all of the syntax issues from assembly. Second thing is that it's very easy when you see an instruction to think and to predict what the instruction will do. Each of the instructions has just like one page documentation, maybe less even. And they are very regular. If you look at the instructions, we have some arithmetic instructions that always operate in basically the same way. Control instructions the same. Once you learn a couple of them, it becomes very easy to kind of think in your head what a sequence of instructions will do. Then the errors that can happen when you edit assembly, they are also limited. And this is another thing that's very common. When somebody starts programming, they get those huge undecipherable errors. In assembly, this is not the case. Like there are just a couple types of errors, and when an error happens, you can always say, hey, here, this instruction did something illegal, something that it shouldn't do. For example, accessed bad memory. And then from this instruction, you can work backwards to figure out what happened wrong. And assembly, because it's very regular, it is actually cheaper to implement than a bunch of high-quality polished blocks that would help us do control flow. Then there is also the possibilities that it opens, because assembly is executing ridiculously fast, and that it can interact with pretty much any other technology. For example, it can interact with C, and because it can interact with C natively, it can also interact with whatever, Python, C++, JavaScript, anything that you have on your PC. This is a very important technology. We can use assembly to create extensions for Automat, in addition to this control flow. So definitely a very exciting project ahead of us. This is how the initial design looks like. I may open it in a separate app to show you. So we have instruction pointer, which is an actual pointer. Each instruction is a smart instruction block. Maybe. And so instead of editing text, as you would normally do if you were writing assembly, here we can edit it by drag and dropping blocks that represent instructions. They don't map one-to-one to machine instruction. It's more like one-to-many mapping. A single block is able to cover many types of instruction and it can be parameterized. For example, a multiplication smart instruction will be parameterizable so that you can select it to either work on general purpose registers or the SSE floating point registers, and so on. And then we will have a bunch of cool effects that will make this environment pleasant to work in. So we will have Broadway lights around the environment to indicate whether it's running or whether it's paused. Patterns in the Broadway lights will indicate what's happening with the environment. We will use cool scroll animations. This is still to be implemented, but we have some nice ideas. And then we have many more ideas. For example, how to represent registers in a fun, interactive way. We already have a prototype. First, let me talk a little bit about it. So we are using LLVM as an assembler in our prototype. And this means that we can target many architectures. Of course, there is x86. This is the one architecture that we are starting on. But in addition to that, we also have anything that LLVM supports. ARM WebAssembly, all of those and others. Assembly executes its native speed because we run it in a separate thread. There are no points where it is explicitly paused. There are no points where it has to synchronize with external state. If you write a piece of code in assembly, we can actually just load it in memory, ask the CPU to execute it, and that's it. But even though it's executing at native speed, we have two very important features. First is that we can still access the registers, so we can still look at this assembly running, and we can do this because we can use the operating system tracing infrastructure. So when the assembly block is on screen, whenever a frame is rendered, we can pause temporarily super fast assembly, get a dump of all registers, and then resume it again. So it's still executing at native speed, but whenever we have to render frame to display it on screen, we can ask the operating system to pause this thread, get a dump of registers, show it to the user, and continue. This is what will allow us to render all of those fancy effects and still execute natively. And the second big feature is that we can catch pretty much all types of errors that assembly programmer would typically encounter. So whenever there is invalid memory access, floating point exception, illegal instruction, in all of those situations, we can basically get a signal callback. We can pause the execution, and in our environment, we can tell the user, hey, we are here, and an issue happened. What do you want to do about it? Okay, and now time for the demo. And the demo may not be very fascinating. Because it's a prototype, you kind of need to understand what you're looking at. So what happens here is that we are emitting a bunch of machine code, and then we are inspecting state of all the registers. There is some machine code that is executing in a separate thread with this thread PID, and then every second we are pausing this thread to get a dump of all registers. And then we display it on screen. After 10 seconds, we are stopping the execution. So this is just a prototype. Now ahead of us is to actually put this prototype in the world of Automat objects. So we will wrap the instruction, we will wrap the we'll create another object for memory, for instruction selector, and yeah. So very soon assembly is going to be working. Okay, and that will be it. Thank you everybody for watching, and see you next week. Okay, and of course we are continuing, because that was just the devlog episode, which we'll cut later. So, like I said during the devlog, we'll be implementing the assembly instruction object. If we have a pause in the stream, for example the lunch break, I have a really good presentation that we can watch together. I watched the first 30 minutes of it. It was very good. I recommend you watch it. We will only watch the remaining bit together. Okay, so let's get started with our assembly object. So this LLVM test, we will get rid of it completely. We don't need it. Instead, we are going to add a new object. Let's take an existing object as an example. For example, flip-flop, right? Let's call this just instruction. Instruction is perfectly fine. It will look somewhat like that. It is going to derive from safe live object. And to make it work, we have to include some headers. Okay. And this object I am actually going to implement properly, because most of the objects in Automat, they are what I call hybrids. They are combining the functionalities of two completely separate things. They are handling both logic and display. We don't want that. It complicates a lot of things. The object should be the smallest thing that can implement its logic, and it should be able to create a widget. If you look at the object API, there is a function here for creating a widget. Okay, let's get this name function as well. We should have it. I think we also need to implement the clone function. Yep. We need the name and clone, and that should be it. And this is a smart instruction. I know it may not look like it, because the underlying object really is, it's just wrapping LLVM MC-inst. All of the other objects we will actually manage on demand elsewhere. and copyright is different. Let's do this first. We are actually not going to have like a fixed name. We'll actually respond with the name of this instruction. Something more generic. Or maybe not more generic, something more specialized. And that should work. Now we should be able to go into our library. Include the instruction. And compile Automat. I think we should say that I think we will need those two link arguments. Or not? Okay, for some reason the instruction is not in the menu. Let's try to fix that. How do we add objects to the menu? Maybe it's somewhere in library. See, we also had a bunch of objects that used to handle, like, for example, tests between objects. I've implemented something like this before I started streaming. I am against this approach because I think that it leads to a very messy kind of machines if you want to implement it like that. It's good to have those objects. Equality test, less than, starts with, and so on. I think assembly is going to be much simpler. Okay, this is not here. Where are we calling this from? I think we had some code, prototype library, it's probably in the other file. Here, this is where we register them. Okay, So I can add an instruction to the toolbar, but I don't want to do that because instructions will be created using the instruction wizard. So I will do something else actually. Where do we load the initial state? Here. So we have a path here that will run if we don't have any default state. Oh, I see. This is how it's implemented. Okay, no problem, no problem. Let's temporarily add a new object here. I suppose we don't have access to... have access to library. Yeah, that's a nice warning, I think. Okay, we'll just manually create this instruction. I see some weird things here. Okay, are we linking LLVM? So those are object files. It doesn't seem like we do. When we include any file from the LLVM directory, and we are doing that, let's see if this works. We keep recompiling XCB. I don't know why we do that. Anyway, let's scroll. Okay, I think we need to fix this XCB issue. We'll open a separate terminal to have the history. Where is the build directory? First of all, I think we should download the tarbles to third party. And this is also where we should keep the sources. Okay, and the build directory should not look like that. This is probably what's causing the issues. Exactly, it should be build type. That's not quite true.
Madakimk says,
Sup now?
Hey. One step forward, two steps back, it seems. We have to fix the way we install AutoTools packages. I did some changes about directories where we keep stuff. So now we have this third-party directory where we keep the sources of third-party packages. And in the build directory we are just keeping the build artifacts. So
On a priv stream, I had an idea for you. But stream was an...
cool, what's that?
Just woke up. I'll have a breakfast and then try to explain this feature.
Sure. I'm looking at this rule and it's not looking bad. It's a different approach, but it's not worse than what we do in extension helper. Okay, why are we quitting? I think here we should have more directories. This is where we actually want to build the libraries. Actually, no. Something weird here. This shouldn't be build type name, but name. So this should be the name of the package. Nice. Now when we rerun this, okay, we are still reconfiguring stuff. And now we are not. Okay, I guess that's good. Okay, the error, not error, the logs at the top, this is actually what I'm interested in. So we properly detected that this file uses LLVM. Okay, apparently this step doesn't work. I see. So if we are including a source that needs an LLVM, this is when we will compile it. We don't capture headers. I think if we put this here, then it would work. I think we need to do 2 passes. Okay, so we are scanning sources twice. If any source file includes a header that needs LLVM, then LLVM will be pulled in. When do we update transitive includes? Okay, after SRCS. Let's try to move this into hook plan. Maybe I should check depths. I think this will be the best way. Cool. There is our instruction. I wish shadow utils would work more robustly. It's unfortunate that it's so glitchy. Anyway, now what should we do now? Maybe let's close those things. Maybe let's actually change the way we pick the name for an instruction. So first I will... Actually, how we can get a string representation of an instruction? I think there is something like ASM printer, something like that. For example, and this is a nice one. This looks nice. Should just replace this with scenes builder. One of those files we will need. The first one, I see. Or the second. Nice. Let me just compile commands. So the language server wasn't aware that we are using LLVM. So it wasn't showing correct errors, now it will. So there is that. Interesting. Interesting, but not an issue for right now. Okay, now let's change how we emit names. I think I should read this. This is probably more important than the x86 assembly. And this should be useful. I remember there was a nice document which listed different types of classes. That was super useful. Can I search this? Okay, MC layer, and this is what I'm interested in. I think we are using MC streamer. No, we are using MC code emitter.
Him done so.
I just don't write too much text because the TTS may have issues with that. I'm not sure if, or just copy the text if you're writing anything longer.
In some games like Minecraft and TTS-ed, there is FPS drops when a lot of entities being spawned. So, in a rush of perfect timed scripts macros, you set your timings really on an edge of possibility. But when a VPS drops your script macro working and it is not doing its job correctly.
Yeah. Happens all the time. Even like smaller things can influence stability of a macro. This is a desync issue. It's a big problem in general. We used to have a whole plan of fighting the desync issues because yeah, they are super important for like macro software. This happens everywhere, even in like desktop programs like Office. This still happens.
So my idea was relative timings. Is this possible to lock a window screen and track its FPS?
I think it is. There are ways to inject code into other programs. It's not easy. It's never easy. So typically, when you have speedrunners that use emulators, or like the people who run like TAS speedruns, they usually use emulators that execute with lockstep to your script. So your script actually has to call the emulator and ask it, okay, I've sent all the input, now you can do a frame. And when the frame is finished, the emulator sends a signal back to your macro and pauses. So you have a very fine control over execution like that. But even in normal software, this can be done. It's just more tricky because you have to ask the operating system to pause the target application. Then you can patch its memory, for example, to like a frame is usually displayed with something like GLFlash. Right? Or a DirectX equivalent or a Vulkan equivalent of that. So if you patch this command, this function, to pause the target application, you can get the same thing. I think Cheat Engine does something similar.
To track FPS, you had to inject it to process? Wow.
So Cheat Engine has a bunch of functions. Yeah, the simplest way to do it is actually to hook the time function. So you can slow down the time inside your game, for example, by 100 times. And when it's slowed down by 100 times, the macros become a little more robust. So it's less likely that a random performance variation is going to cause a desync. It's not perfect, this time trick.
have a mouse and a circle?
You haven't noticed?
I get it. That sounds smart.
I have something like this. This tracks my eye position and shows place on screen when I'm looking, where I'm looking.
TFI tracker, Bradar.
It's a pretty cool hardware. It's a camera that uses infrared light to look like inside your eye. And based on that, it can see where you're looking. Headsets have this. I think there is like some VR headsets have this. There is some Oculus Pro, and the Apple headset also has this.
Are you in 2048?
I sometimes feel like that. Instruction printer. This is what we are looking for. Awesome printer, yeah, we are getting there. Yeah, so going back to desync issues, this is why we've spent like 2 months optimizing Automat, because actually the biggest issue was that our own FPS, the rendering loop of Automat, was blocking event input and output. So when we were receiving events, it was having a delay. When we were sending events out, it also had a random delay. When we, literally 2 weeks ago, we managed to, maybe more, finally decouple rendering from logic. So now Automat is more predictable. It has far less desyncs. Now when I play a level of Mario with Automat, it usually works on the first try. So usually first try it can replay this macro and it works.
Why do you render script? Well, nice.
Because that's the whole point. The whole point is to have a real-time environment where you can manipulate it directly. And yeah, if the script is outside of the screen, then there is nothing to render. Then it can execute without any dependency on the display.
Do Automat has limit button press per millisecond?
I don't think so. It could probably cause crazy things. So if you create a timer and you configure it to run on millisecond, I can... It becomes very loud, so sorry for that. Yeah, and when it happens, it's actually causing some audio glitches. I will have to look into this.
says, hello, Darkimp. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English.
Sorry for that. I have to rework the Polish detector. So I have a script that detects messages in Polish and requests and tells that we are not using that on stream. Anyway, so even if you have this object like that, actually this is why I'm implementing assembly right now, because the dependencies in Automat are very linear. I could connect this to a next object.
Darkimp says,
So if I have a text of 2,000 words, how fast I can write with Automat?
So you don't really need any delay between pressing keys. If you create a string of key press and key up commands, then you can type it on a single frame. And most software will run well with that. Because the way that you accept events is that on Windows and on Linux, everywhere, is that you have a loop which processes events. So when it gets an event, it has some logic to handle that. And when you have 1,000 events in a queue, you can add them immediately. And then this loop will run in a single frame and ingest all of those key presses in a single frame, essentially. It can be used to do some exploits in some games. You can sometimes do multiple key press down and key release during a single frame. Some games don't protect against that. But only some.
Wow, what? Doesn't it emulate physical key presses?
It does, but the physical key presses, they are sent as an event to target application. So what we are doing is send key event. And there is a slightly different implementation on Windows and a slightly different one on Linux. And you may recognize that if you have been writing AutoHotkey, there is this send input function. So this is the send input from AutoHotkey. It actually maps to a function in Windows.
We'll event triggers for each Automat's key press.
Yeah, so for each key press, we will call this function once. Yeah.
Well, I just realized last question was dumb, XD.
Yeah, so our way of fighting these things is to just have good timing. but we may also need some hooking. By the way, the assembly object is going to be useful for that. Because if we can define assembly in Automat, then we can also have another object that will do the hooking. So yeah, we are going to have a nice framework for like hacking games, kind of. Okay, Asm printer. How do I use Asm printer? Okay, my favorite tool has this, so let's open this one.
Athol says,
Do you use ChatGPT or other LMs? Are you against it?
I use this all the time. There is a really cool one called Cursor. So most LLMs, they can do continuations. So when you type a piece of code, it will continue for you. This is one way of using it. And there is the instruction tune, so you can chat with it. But the cursor, what Cursor has is it actually has, maybe I can even show this. If I do something like that, and like that, it can pick up on repetitive patterns, and yeah, and then I can press tab and it will replace two next dots, two arrows. So it can actually navigate through your code, and I really like that. It's very buggy, but if you can live with those bugs, then it's really nice. I'm looking for assembler CPP, of course.
Madakimk says,
Haha, I just found my 5 years old macro.
Yeah, we've been talking for a moment about the send input function. So some games protect against this, and some games they have mechanisms to prevent like memory manipulation. There are plenty of ways to get around them, but a cool one, which I think we will eventually use, and I think it will be necessary for gamepad emulation because there is no such function for emulating gamepad on Windows, is to create a driver for a fake hardware and then install this driver in the system. Then we can create events that will actually look like legit hardware events coming to applications. Because this send input, like here and on Linux, it can be, if the app doesn't want to be automated, it can detect it. And then there are classes of input that we cannot automate. Yeah, so driver, writing a custom driver is another approach. Asm printer, yeah. Why does LLVM have so many different classes? Target machine is not the same as LLVM target machine.
T-Rice says,
Hey bro, how's the work going?
Hey, we have a new mini project for Automat right now, the assembler. Yeah, so I was mentioning that in assembler, the flow of execution is very linear. So we can connect objects to one another, but there is no way to fork, to make decisions, stuff like that doesn't yet work. So to fight it, to work around it, we'll have this. I mean, it's going to look completely differently. I'm just using this picture as a reference. An environment for writing assembly using a drag and drop. And instead of writing instructions like text, we will have those smart instructions. Smart. It's going to be just an instruction that can be parameterized, and it will, behind the scenes, select the right machine-specific variant of what you want. So if you say that you want to multiply two general-purpose registers, it will use the general-purpose register variant of multiplication. If you use a floating point register, it will try to use the floating point version. And if there is no such version, it will tell you that you have to choose like one or the other. Yeah. And we have a prototype which shows that, which demonstrates that we can do that. And we can do like plenty of nice things. We can actually execute this assembly at a native speed, so it runs in a separate thread without any synchronization, without anything, without any slowdowns, essentially.
What does the stopwatch do?
It just inserts a delay. It can also call itself. I will reduce the volume of my machine maybe. It can also emit tones, like I think this is, 20 Hertz? This would be 100 Hertz. I don't know how many is that.
Then that's some super smooth animation.
Oh yeah, we are working so much to keep the animation smooth. Yeah, and assembly is going to look the same, except it's going to actually execute the assembly. So this hand here, it's going to jump like crazy. If you have like a loop in assembly, you will actually see some insanely fast movement of the instruction pointer.
Are you developing this with a team or just you?
Me and people who come to the stream, because yeah. Ideas usually come from people on stream. Yeah. Okay, how do I create this? So there is an example here. Okay, maybe I can look inside this function to see what happens behind the scenes. Okay, I'm interested in CPP files. Okay, there are many types of ASM printers. Those are subclasses. So to print x86 assembly, we need this subclass. It would be nice if we could somehow get it from those objects. Okay, it has to be this one. Or whatever, let's just create one manually. Initialize x86 ASM printer. I want to find the definition of this function, not calls. And there it is. Create awesome printer. Okay, we need to pass context. I have no idea what's formatted raw stream, but let's say this is this one. It has to be a unique pointer. Okay. Another inst printer. Okay. So we have that. We need to pass triple. Syntax variant. Okay, the naming is terrible within LLVM. You have no idea. Like each class has like 3 or 4 variants. What's the difference between the MC layer and the machine, like this MC inst, machine inst. Okay, we should probably go back to the x86. Root. Can I go back to this repository? No, I cannot, of course. I will do this in the command line. Nice if I could open those files from here.
How did you make this animation? Any particular software?
Yep. So I'm using a library for drawing stuff, for drawing vector images specifically. And that library can convert my vector commands, for example, draw a circle with a gradient, into Vulkan equivalent commands. The library is called Skia, and it's actually a very popular one. It's used by Google Chrome, Android, among others. It has a pretty decent API. It's for doing stuff like that from code. And it's very fast, and because it's very fast, I can do animations with it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, there are some other libraries similar. There is Cairo. Cairo is another. It's very similar to Skia. This one is more popular on Linux. So many Linux applications behind the scenes, they eventually use Cairo. I think, for example, VLC, like the interface. So VLC uses Qt, and I think, I may be wrong, I think Qt uses Cairo to render stuff.
Thanks, man. And you, hair's majestic afraid.
Okay. So one way am I even looking for this function? Oh yeah, because this function takes syntax variant, and it should explain to me what syntax variant. Okay, I want variant 1. Okay, this is just a number. This is not an enum. Oh wow. This is just a magic number. You have to just know to say 1 here. Here. What can we do with this inst printer? I really wonder what is the difference between mcinst and mcinstr, because they are used roughly with the same frequency, but why would somebody differentiate between those two? It doesn't just make sense to me. Okay, there is a function called printinst, okay, and it's going to print our instruction. Perfect. Oh, and it's even nicer. We can get a mnemonic opcode name. Whoa. Okay, I like this. Okay, it's 1 p.m. I will make a short break now, but I will leave you with some video. So I watched the first 40 minutes, so I will play from scratch, and I will go make some food, and soon I should be back. We will continue from 40 minutes. I just think the video is very good, it's very worth watching, so I'll just play it here. This was from CCC, a conference that happened just a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we are all here today to learn a bit about user experience for hackers, why it matters, and what we all maybe can do. This talk is brought to us by Mamata, who is a CubesOS developer, who also yells at hackers to tell them to be better and care about their users a bit more. How about a warm round of applause for her? And yeah.
All right, welcome. As you see from the name of the talk, I want to talk about UX for hackers, why it matters, what can you, all the brilliant, amazing people here in this room can do. A couple of sentences about myself. I'm the UX lead and developer at CubesOS, which is a reasonably secure operating system. I'm a lab psychologist. That is, I studied, I did some training, and then I decided that talking to people and not being able to tell them what to do is a very difficult job. So I turned to become a programmer and a hacker. And I translate between hackers and humans. I am a UX designer, but I am not an artist. I do not draw beautiful pictures, as anybody who has seen me play Pictionary can attest. I cannot solve all the problems. I want to share with you my experiences in trying to make things more approachable for humans and for other hackers. UX is a loaded word in many hacker spaces. One of the conversations I had with members of my own project was somebody came to me and be like, Marta, but does Cubes need usability? People can figure it out if they want to use it. It's for the people who think about it, right? No, because UX is not really about making things look pretty. Well, mostly. Like, we are humans, we like to look at pretty things. As you can see all around, there's a lot of things that are just pretty because that makes people happy. And it's also nice when our programs are pretty. That makes people happy. UX is also not about adding random white space to things, despite what sometimes hackers think. It's not adding pointless additional work just because somebody from the marketing department told the hacker that they have to do it. UX is about making things work well for the actual people who are using the things we are making. This is the whole idea. We want to make things work for the people who are using them. It doesn't always mean make things super easy and no thinking and no problem and just use it. You know, if you have, I don't know, power tools, they're not the easiest thing to use, but they're very powerful. They still have UX. They still should work well for the people who use them. You know, eliminate the amount of times you cut your own leg off with your power tools or something like that. It doesn't always mean that good UX is just easy, simple, not powerful. It also means things should work according to the expectations the users have. They should work reliably. If you do the same thing, you probably should get the same result. That's the ideal situation. Good UX is making things understandable for the people who are actually using them. And those are the things that every single one of us who makes things can and should think about in making them. Because bad UX is when things are bad to use. And those things, this is not just simply bad interface. If you want to read one book about designing UXs, read this one. This is called The Design of Everyday Things. It's not really about computers, but it will teach you more than any other book about design. And as you can see on the cover, there is the worst possible design of a teacup, or tea kettle, whatever you call this, a thing in English. You cannot really pour anything from it. It won't work. It may just look nice. Another example of a bad UX, bad design of the thing designed to be used, a couple of years ago, like in 2015, there was a contest of Miss Universe happening somewhere in the US. And the tiny, small little problem was that the announcer announced the wrong winner. Awkward. Why? Well, because the card that they've gotten was designed in a terrible, terrible way. If you look at this card, the actual winner is just below the big Miss Universe 2015 title. But in the first place, a person would read on the left, on top left, there is the second runner-up. And the poor guy who was doing the announcing just read the first thing that he saw, the card, which was the second runner-up, which was unpleasant for everybody involved. And this is just an example of bad design, of bad UX, of a thing that's supposed to be used. Another, a bit more relevant to our areas of expertise, bad UXs, are the bad security UXs, or like the bad, very simple UXs. Look, the door that says, don't pull, push, only. You should do one of those things, I'm sure. The idea behind this door was just to pull, but the way it's written means that they could have just as well not put in the placard on it. It just makes it more confusing. And the other thing that happens very often with things with bad UX made by hackers, they're so annoying to use that their actual users end up doing things like, oh, this is the code to the door. Just put it on the door. This is the problem of the yellow sticky note with the password then that terrible person in marketing puts on their screen. The UX of using the computer is so annoying that they're just taking a shortcut. And this is on us. This is on people who are making those systems, because people are kind of lazy, but we will get back to it in a second. And another example of very bad UX, the password problem. This is a strongly abbreviated, very old joke about how people are trying to enter a new password, and the new password requirements appear with every password that you are trying to put the enter new password. Roses, too few characters, pretty roses. Sorry, you must use at least one numerical characters, one pretty rose, no spaces. At least 10 different characters. Oh, and that password has already been used. This is bad UX. This will not make people use better passwords. This will just make people develop annoying workarounds or just use the sticky notes with the password. Why does it all matter for us, for hackers? Despite what we like to think, we are human. We are all human beings with human brains. Those humans make mistakes. We make mistakes. We are often bad at using our own tools. And of course you can say, well, just get better. Just don't make mistakes. That's not, it has never in history of humanity really worked for anybody. We need to make our tools in a way that make it harder to make mistakes. There are those classical examples of tools that make it super easy to shoot your own foot off. The rm minus rf dot space slash that will remove a bit more than you probably thought you are removing. Or the other thing that actually hurt me recently, apparently if you do in a Linux cat file redirect to the same file, well, the contents of the file are gone. And I did not get a warning. This is all UX. It's not about a nice, shiny external interface. This is also about how we make our command line tools to make it a bit harder to hurt ourselves. And also we need to remember that the user is also part of the attack surface. We can make things truly amazingly secure. We can rewrite everything in Rust, and no memory errors will ever occur. Great. But if you can easily trick the user into making something stupid using your own program, it's still not secure. It doesn't matter whose fault it is at the end. If the person should have just been more attentive, if we ended up in trouble. There is a good example of a plane crash, Air Inter Flight 148 crash a couple of years ago, when the whole problem that led to the crash, that led to actual death of actual human beings, was that the great flight assist system could operate in two modes. In one mode, you are supposed to enter the angle of descent. As for example, if you wanted 3.3%, you entered it as 3.3, and in another mode, you entered it as 33. And the pilot got confused because those two modes were very similar. They were just differing with 3 small letters. And yes, we can say the pilot should have not made this mistake. But at the end, if he did, people died, and it's partially the fault of the people who developed the system. Because sometimes the users of our system are tired, are angry. They have been working for far too long. Their partner is divorcing them. They cannot focus as well as we would like them to focus on using our tools perfectly. We have to account for those problems. Assuming people never make mistakes is how you crash a space rocket, which every space agency in the world will tell you, because brains are not machines, and even if they were machines, we all work with machines. We know how reliable and perfect and flawless those are. And there's another reason. If you need more reasons to convince yourself, or maybe other people, why good UX matters for hackers, it is good for us all where secure tools are more popular. Because if there is just this perfect, secure communication method that's just used by a few nerds, well, using it makes you a target if you are unlucky enough to become an object of interest for some sort of agent, state agent, some sort of opponent. It's much harder to target a secure solution if it's used by hundreds, thousands, millions of people. And our secure solutions will not be used if they are not comfortable to use. Tor project. Tor browser is very easy to use. This is why so many people use it, because the default Tor browser can be installed and used by a person who has very little secure knowledge. And that allows a lot of people to hide in the crowd, to hide in the whole group of users. It's harder to enact bans on secure and private communication technologies when they are widespread. I'm not saying that it's impossible. Of course, it's possible, and we see it all the time. But it's harder. It's not as easy to ban something if it's used by more people than just the members of the CCC. And there is one other reason. Why do we make things? Of course, sometimes we just make things because it's fun, because it's interesting, because it tickles our brains in the best way. But sometimes our fun and interesting technical things can make the world a bit better. And to help them make the world a bit better, it's important to make them accessible and usable for people. My own story is that I'm working on CubesOS. And CubesOS, secure operating system, based on putting everything into virtual machines. It separates everything possible, some impossible things, into virtual machine. You have a virtual machine for network, you have a virtual machine for firewall, you have a virtual machine for your USB controller, everything's separated. Very fun, very powerful, not so pleasant to use, but very powerful. And the thing that happened to us when working on Cubes is that it turns out that it's not just a great machine for hackers who like to mess with it. It turned out to be a great machine for journalists. Why? Because a journalist is a person who sometimes receives things from their sources. And sometimes those things are very helpful. And sometimes those things are, I don't know, a PDF that sends to CIA information that it has been opened by whom and when and where. Turns out that using Cubes, which allows you for much more of separation of context, for much more isolation, allows journalists to work in a much more secure way. But it's not that easy to use. And one of the things we started working on a couple of years ago is to make it actually accessible, because it turns out it can be more than just this beautiful hacker toy, than just this beautiful thing for people with extreme interest and devotion to technology. Okay, so those are the reasons why we should all care about UX. At least I hope I convinced you a bit. The problem is the UX that we do often sucks. Anybody who has used Linux knows that a lot of things suck, are not pleasant to use. And there are reasons why they are not unpleasant to use. One thing is that it's very difficult to make a tool and think about a person who has never used a tool. If you are making it, you are so intimately familiar with everything. This is so known to you. It's difficult to take a step back and look at it with fresh eyes to remember how it was being a beginner. And also the problem is, we are very unfamiliar with how other people live and how other people think. There is, of course, an XKCD for that, as always. This is the XKCD that says that even when they're trying to compensate for it, experts in anything wildly overestimate the average person's familiarity with their field. Experts assume that average people are far, far better informed about, for example, security than they actually are. Which means that we tend to be like, yes, well, it is easy to use. Just open the terminal, do those 3 things. It's trivial. Anybody can do it. Because how hard it is. Who doesn't open the terminal at least once per day, right? Another reason is that we are not the nicest environment for people who are good at UX design and maybe not as good as programming. We have a bit of a culture problem. It's not as visible here at the CCC, but I have often seen in many repositories, in many discussions, people being like, okay, this designer proposed those things, but if they can't code them, what's the use of this person? Or real hackers don't need things to be useful, to be usable. There should be hard, there should be difficult. I'm a big macho hacker. I code by waving a magnet over my hard drive. I do not need it to be simple. It is a bit of a cultural problem. And sometimes it's okay to say, it's good when things are comfortable to use. We do not need to constantly prove to ourselves we are great. We are so good at computers. We can have some comfort too. It's okay. It doesn't make us less valuable, less competent. And of course, making good UX is not easy. It's a skill. It's a skill like any other. It's a difficult skill. It needs practice. It needs knowledge. It's not that, okay, I have used programs. I know how to make good UX. No. It's like saying, okay, I have used some encrypted communication. I can implement my own encryption algorithm. Simple, it's the same thing. Will work perfectly, no problem. It is a skill that you have to learn. And for very many hackers, making some sort of interface to interface with humans is the afterthought to the fun and interesting and challenging code parts. And of course, there is one big problem. User research, to which I'll come in a moment, is difficult, time-consuming, and it involves talking to people. And many of us don't really like that part. We would rather talk to other hackers or to computers. OK, so I want to get to telling you a bit of how you can improve the UX of things you are using or making. And I want to come back to the what is bad UX? What are things that are not usable? It is generally things that are difficult to understand for the users that should be using it. If you have to read 100 pages of documentation before you use something, probably it doesn't have very good UX. But also bad UX is when things are accident-prone, when they are inconsistent, when they are too complicated for the purpose that they serve, when they make common things that people want to do very complicated. And I want to tell you a bit about my own bad UX. I will try to avoid in this talk giving you examples of UX made by other projects, because one, I don't think it's very polite, and two, I have a lot of bad examples from my own work, so it's better to make fun of myself. So as I've said, CubesOS is pretty complicated. This is its configuration settings, the global configuration of the system. And the thing is, at the start, years ago, it was just this small window with a bunch of options. Not very easy to use, but a small. But then it kept growing. Additional people were like, oh, I have a feature. We need a more additional configuration option. Let's just add it to the window. You know, add more drop-downs. The reactor can take it. More drop-downs, more drop-downs. And at some point, you get settings that are really difficult to use also for hackers, also for experts, because you need to spend a lot of time just to find the thing you're looking for. There is a lot of them. Yes, if you are a very good, very experienced Qubes user, it's probably super easy to use.
I will skip here to 40-minute mark.
Qubes puts things into those virtual machines with clicks. When you
Feel free to check this presentation on YouTube if you want to watch the missing 20 minutes. Let's continue from here.
creating a new cube, again, I added more explanations. And I also did add the white space. I know that we are very afraid of white space. I often hear complaints being like, oh no, this RSS reader, this email client added more white space, how terrible. But again, we are also people. White space allows us to more easily find things that we are looking for. It allows to be like, okay, those things close to each other, probably one thing connected, okay. Then I can go to another group of things if I'm looking for something. White space is not actually very bad. And for the devices thing, a lot of tiny things close to each other. Well, again, I added more explanations because this is the thing. Things need to be described. Things need to be explained because some people will manage very well with no explanations, but most people will not. For most people, this is going to be very complicated. Again, if you want to improve the way you are doing things, if you care about people for whom you are doing things, first, know them, learn about them, talk to them, ask them questions. Second, know the tasks that you want your tools to help them perform. Make the good things simple, make the bad things hard, make the things that people will do anyway as secure and safe and good for the user as possible. And for the love of God, please stop reinventing the wheel and do the interfaces like other people do. It will make life of many people much easier.
I don't disagree about that. The last point only. I think there are ways to make new interfaces work nicely.
Thank you so much for this wonderful talk. I think a lot of things were said that we should all remember. We have a lot of time for Q&A. So first of all, I sadly forgot to mention it. We have a Signal Angel here monitoring the Fediverse hashtag 38C3 Yale, as well as the IRC 83C3 whole Yale.
Fundamentally, she's talking about the culture in computer science, both at universities and at, in the open source community. There is this idea that command line is the right way to use the Linux machine, and anything else is just an ugly wrapper on top of it. And that is excluding a lot of people from playing with those nice tools. Yeah. So where I really agree with her is that proper UI could help.
Hackin.org. Has anyone asked any questions there?
No, not yet.
Okay, but I see one question in the room.
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Anki. Great talk. I have a horror story for all of you. I work for a large original equipment manufacturer whose product is a large and beautiful piece of machinery that needs to be remote controlled. So they have a variety of softwares that they build. They do no design. they have a broken system where people from different parts of the company can put in their requirements, but they do no design. So I'm a bit of a designer. I came in there, but these are all powerful men. So me, no chance. So my first part of the question is, do you have, or anybody in the room, any words of wisdom? Because these managers have never heard of design. They think,
Linux,
the
with
actual
just a
development is done
terminal,
by an
is
outside
good only for
company.
server machine. Otherwise, saying terminal is better than UI, that's just to make a splash.
So
Yeah.
nobody tells them that design exists. My second part, that a little bit gives you a little bit more hope. With my skills, I've basically now gone into process design, which they also don't do, but nobody does. So I'm now using UX design principles to design processes. I've done my first design sprint this November. So actually, well, it was my third design sprint, so I was already, I felt okay, but it was my first one actually in operations. So yeah, very proud of that.
Congratulations, first things.
So I missed the name of the person who was asking the question, but she's asking this question as if this was a problem, like a problem that needs to be solved. It's really often an opportunity if there is like an industry where people are using like really inferior user interfaces for some reason, for whatever reason. I think coming there with a better user interface allows you to like get an advantage over the others. I think consumers would prefer a better product with a better user interface. So really this is just I don't know what's the economical term for this, but it's like an opportunity. It's like, arbitrage. What's the definition of arbitrage? No, not exactly. Yeah, but there is an opportunity for a player who can make a better user interface to do this job. And if people at the company are not interested in improving user interface, then the way it will play out is eventually somebody will come about who will make the same software, but with a better UI. And then they will have to compete against that. And then they will move. Yeah. It's like marketing action, right?
Thanks first, and thank you for your great work. And so, to be honest, I do have a way of trying to convince the very brilliant hackers I work with that the things I do make sense, and it's basically with nerd violence. What is nerd violence? They're like,
It's a good name.
actually need design. I'm like, oh, please. So I'm a psychologist by training, and let me tell you all about the human brain and the cognitive psychology. And those are the list of citations from various papers that say that, for example, humans do have limited attention span. I don't think anybody has ever actually looked into those papers because it just looks very scary. But it turns out that when you reframe it as saying, oh, design, when people hear design, they think like, pretty things, not important. But when they say here cognitive psychology of the user, it sounds much more serious, except it's the same thing, of course. Like, yes, cognitive psychology of the user is why we do design, because users, humans, brains. So I do like to rephrase, to not use the ugly word design, because it's for many people associated with the soft, useless skills. I like to talk about the cognitive aspect of being like, oh, but you have to do it for the human brain. You have to remember. Also, you can, like in the commercial context, you can say, okay, but errors cost money. Make it in a way that people make less errors, because errors are costly.
And that answer is exactly how you would push a corporation to do something in a different way. It's hard. It's an uphill battle often, but it can be done. Like she says, like framing a problem in terms of money. This works.
Hello. So your first example was the RM command. So if I was like travel back in time 40 years and I would be the person to create that command, should I disallow removing the root, or what's the solution for cases like this where it's an API and then you interface at the same time?
I think what I would do, I think it's impossible to think about all those problems. But this particular problem is a thing that happens, like the people putting a space between a dot and a slash. So what I would probably do was try to figure out what are the typical problems, okay, and warn user, or maybe require an additional option, but probably not, because people would just put it everywhere, like we put -f everywhere with RM, not thinking about it. Maybe I would probably ask a user, are you sure this looks like a different command? This looks like a normal different command when it's just a dot slash without a space. Are you absolutely sure you know what you're doing? So that's what I would probably not disallow it completely, because it is also a power tool. It's like an electric chainsaw, something like that. It has to be powerful. But electric chainsaws have some guardrails that make it more difficult for you to cut off your leg. So I would try to put those there.
Or undo. Undo is my favorite solution.
On that. That's actually a solved problem in Unix. You cannot delete the directory that you are in.
Yes.
And so it's very simple.
Yeah, yes, you are correct. It is solved. I just give it as an example because it's the sort of thing that everybody talks about with using a RAM, that you have to be very cautious about where you put your spaces. But you are completely right.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I already try to implement my software very user-friendly, including my code, because I like my code to be used by me. But something I have noticed is that people also enjoy getting better at things.
36.
At a very high skill ceiling, such that I have a friend who is proud of himself using the browser only from the command line or something like that. This seems to be very difficult for me, at least as a single person who has no designer training, to design a software not just to be used by a user or by myself or by an untrained person, but by a person that learns with my software to get better and better and stop using the GUI.
Thanks, nice to hear.
So I would say one of the best things you can do for this is take somebody
at some point looking older,
or maybe somebody, a stranger that wants to work with you,
nicer, and at some point looking younger sounds nicer. I guess I crossed this threshold.
I want to learn how people use it. Could you try using it? Could you show me how you are learning it? And I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to watch. This is very hard, I know, because we are very tempted to be like, oh, no, you're clicking it wrong. I'll show you. I'll show you what to do. No, just let them make their own mistakes and watch them.
Yep.
Make it very clear to them that this is a thing, that this is a favor that they're doing for you. You are not making fun of them making mistakes. Quite the opposite. You are learning from those mistakes, and this is the best things they can do for you. And try to watch how another person learns to use your software. It's truly one of the most educational experiences you can have as somebody who makes programs.
I was coming at it more from the perspective of if I do the super easy user interface, and the power user comes along, then it's in their way. If I do the power user interface, then the super easy user has no idea what's happening.
I mean, you can try. Some tools have both. Some tools have both command line interface and powerful and simple GUI interface. Sometimes you can hide some options or like expose them only in certain situations. There is no simple solution, but having the powerful tools available, people who will want to learn about it will probably use those powerful variants of those tools.
So a question from the web. Thanks for your talk. Are there ways to create a design so that humans are willing to learn and read instead of just click?
You have to find that depends on what the thing is for. So the problem is not really with the design. The problem is with why people are using it. If you're telling people, okay, this software will help you fill out your taxes, most people do not want to spend a second more on this task than they need to. So they will not want to learn. If you have a way to tell people, okay, this software, when you learn it, will make your life better, this is interesting, this can work. But this is not really about how the software looks. It's about what it does and why people use it. For certain things, most people who are not hackers, that is people who just like to take things apart and put them together for fun, most people would just want them to work. This is the problem with computers. Like, most people would just want them to work and not spend too much time on it, because what I said earlier, people are goal-oriented. They have a certain goal. And if you want the goal to be learn the software, you have to ask yourself, why would people do that? What is the reward in it for them? And if
and this is the reason for gamification of software.
you tell them, okay, you will be able to do those powerful things, those interesting things that can work, but
the software itself can also be fun. Like, the reason people play a lot of story-based games is to just experience the story. There are some games which exploit hoarding behavior, like the tendency of people to collect things, or like the lottery aspect. People have another built-in reward circuit that rewards risk and reward. So all sorts of gambling games can also be rewarding. I think regular software doesn't really use those tricks. Games use them all the time, though.
For a great deal of human beings, learning a software for the fun of it is not actually that interesting. And I know this is not typical here, but what can I say? Humans are very different.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for your talk. I'm over here. Whatever. You showed some interfaces with images where the explanations for the functions were actually on the interface itself.
Yep.
I wanted to ask you, what do you think about some question mark buttons or something like this, where they use...
I mean, do you have stable money source?
I used to work at Google. Now I'm living off the savings that I made when I was working there.
So has the possibility to click them if he's unsure about what this function actually does.
So there are two problems with it. One, the amazing ability of humans to ignore the buttons. This is one of the things I'm probably going to be changing in those interfaces, because the amount of users I talk to were like, wow, there are some icons with question marks. I have not noticed those. There are actually, and a lot of people don't notice those. So humans often don't notice such things. And the other thing is accessibility. For a lot of people, having to click on something is quite inaccessible because, for example, they just prefer to use keyboard. They use a screen reader, things like that. So this is something that has to be very, very thoroughly tested. It can work, but it is difficult to make it easy to find. That's one of the reasons why, for example, Windows used to have this button like on every screen, question mark. It's moving away from it because people didn't use it. People didn't find it. It was too hidden. So I have mixed feelings on those.
It's about implementation. If it's implemented in a better way.
Question marks from me over here.
Mm-hmm.
It's even worse
Same thing, but not
if
Google.
they aren't filled,
Aircraft
because
factory.
even
I
the
decide to switch my profession to it. I don't know, is it worth it? Then
I think IT is more rewarding. Like, there is an intrinsic reward in... It's like being paid for solving Sudokus, kind of. If you don't like Sudokus, it's going to be a pain. But if you do enjoy it, it's a really nice job.
the programmer didn't find them, and I just spent some time looking at question marks because...
What was the aircraft company that you used to work for?
There was nothing.
I do enjoy programming.
That's a very good point, yes. Sometimes even programmers don't find them, so... good idea, turns out that not that great in practice.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
If I do remember correctly, you said you were from Russia, so if this is some confidential thing, no need to kind of reveal anything.
So I have a question regarding the big topic of accessibility.
UC Saturn.
Looks cool.
Accessibility, because that is very much linked to user experience. And the question I have, do you have any word of wisdom or any advice on how to approach that? Because sometimes accessibility constraints kind of contradict the needs and wants of users who are not that dependent on further accessibility. Like, I would say typical users like stuff to be a little bit responsive and moving and sometimes a little bit fancy, but the same thing can be very hard for people with, for instance, visual impairments.
Yes, this is a super difficult problem. The way I am approaching it, I try to make to have
So we used to have at a university a hangar where they were building engines. I haven't really had, I was at a different department, so I didn't visit it much.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so first things first. The most important thing for me in making things accessible was going and talking to people who need accessible things and learning what they actually need. And I was really surprised by it because it turns out that I'm not as smart as I thought I was. And turns out that, for example, one of the things that was absolutely crucial for for a large group of visually impaired people was to make it easy to have the programs react to system settings saying things need to be humongous. So I need to have my program react correctly to whatever desktop environment setting is that says use a ginormous font. Because yes, some people do use things where you have like a font that's 40 pixels in size. It has to be it has to work well with those needs. So my first thing is always ask what people actually need and not assume what people actually need, because yeah, assumptions don't work that well. Another thing is, unfortunately, sometimes needs of different groups of people collide. And you sometimes end up making decisions whether to make things better for this group of people or that group of people. And I think we should make those choices knowing what we are doing. But in terms of accessibility, sometimes, adding additional options that, for example, turn off the animations if you have something very animated, can turn out to be very beneficial for everybody, not just for people with visual impairments. Maybe there are people who are using the stuff you make on a very slow computer. So
it was because of bureaucracy. It is a good company. Problems are challenging. Like, you really have a big impact. Like, whatever you do, it's always, you never write a software that would run on a single machine. It always runs on at least tens of thousands of machines, like billions sometimes. So that was nice. But doing even Automat, I was considering doing Automat at Google. It would be a nice place to develop Automat, but not initially. Initially, the development has to happen very quickly. You have to constantly change ideas. And in the corporate environment, you have to, every quarter, you have to compile an assessment of achievements, goals, results, plan for next quarter, and so on. This is not the most agile approach. And it's also hard to get enough trust to work on a new project for a longer period of time, like independently. I mean, I could probably find people at Google who would join Automat, no issues. But we would, even if we teamed up, it would take us, we would probably get something like half a year to develop working software. And at this point, we would have to start getting, users, this kind of stuff. Otherwise it's very challenging to, convince the Google as an organization, because it's always people, like even directors, whenever you talk with them, they can be convinced, but when you want to start a larger project which has multiple engineers on it, it's just hard, and you will be spending a lot of time on bureaucracy, probably comparable to starting a startup. Actually, I think starting a startup may be easier than starting a new project at Google. I mean, at Google you have infinite money, basically, but yeah, all of the amount of red tape is very prohibitive.
Yeah, that sounds familiar to me.
Yeah, and it's not because it's not because people are unqualified or anything like that. Like, people are doing their job very, very well. It's just there are so many processes. There are like 10 different reviews that you have to go for. For example, to release a piece of software on Android, you have to pass something like 10 different reviews. And the review, you have to schedule it with somebody. You have to write them a short document or a presentation or fill some forms.
Hear Pharaoh says,
Hi, do you remember me from the other night's stream?
Hey.
I was the guy asking how to transition from C to C.
Yeah, I do.
Sometimes it pays to think about accessibility not as a limitation and things that makes things worse. Just treat it as another constraint. Like, if you're writing poems, it's sometimes good to make them, to be forced to make things rhyme. You get better art if you have some constraints. And with design, same. Don't think about it, it makes things worse. Try to see how this can benefit everybody.
I was messing around with C today, and what I realized is that using a string in a switch case statement is illegal in C.
Yeah.
How do you work around that?
Many ways. If the number of strings is fixed, like with a switch statement, I would just not use a string. An enum is a good alternative often. If you have to use strings, you have things like unordered map, for instance. So you can have something like that, and you can have labels that look like this one. Maybe with ampersand. I think there was a way to get access to the label pointer. Okay, this only works in GCC. Oh, apparently Slang also has this. So yeah, you can have a piece of code here, and then you can look up the value. Cast it to a function and then call it. So this will set the value of the label A to this location in code, and here you can type some code. You can have more values. This is almost like switch, because it compiles to a rather efficient, jump.
Madakimp says,
Well, I never had a job at it. Speaking of speed of ghost ideas in a company, I've used to join a team of Minecraft server devs for a hire. There was 4 guys in team and it was hard for me to keep up with updates. They commit to GitLab. So now I'm scared to join big tech company BC of that.
With time, it stops being... It's just a matter of spending enough time. You will get used to this. And you don't need to really follow everything. It's like, I'm using software I don't understand. I'm just like looking up whatever I need at the time. Okay, and in Stack Overflow people say, don't do that, don't listen to them. Whatever works, works. If there is an extension to do just that, it exists to be used. Okay, another question we have here.
I think it's me.
Oh.
I'm going
Whatever
first.
works,
Hi,
works.
I'm
That
Silke,
sounds
also a
good,
fellow
XD.
product designer. Really enjoyed your talk. I can also code, that helps me a lot. But I assume you too. I have a very small, detailed, nitty-picky question to you, because I've also, in a lot of software, encountered this one thing. If you go 2 steps back, I think, on your screen, you had that screen that said, okay, exactly that one. It says,
this one.
Okay, cancel, apply. And always as a user, I'm asking myself, why is there okay and apply on the same screen? So will okay now save everything? Or will only apply do it? And what happens if I press okay?
Oh, this is actually a very good question, because it comes from what are our expectations of the systems that we use. Why there is a separate OK and apply? Because there is an idea in many Linux-based systems that you can do apply, which doesn't close the window but saves the settings, and OK, which closes the window and saves the settings. And this is a good point. Like, I tried to imitate other tools that we have in the default Qubes installation so that it looks the same as other tools, basically.
But this example was something that could be actually improved, I think. On mobile operating systems, for instance, settings, they all work in real time. There is no more apply. When you go into settings on your phone, you flip a toggle, it instantly has an effect. And yeah, because it's harder conceptually to explain to the user that there is some UI state and a true state behind the scenes that has to be synchronized.
But I think this is a very good point. Like, thinking about what those words means can be not very obvious.
Thank you for your talk. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for your talk. I think I tried to ask you if you did an UI safety analysis like they do it in atomic reactors, like this interfaces and so forth, because CubesOS is kind of a safety critical thing, which, yeah. And second question is, did you try or did you think towards visual configurations, like when you think about the blueprint kind of way of connecting dots, like in the Unreal Engine, where you can, yeah, or Unity Engine? I think this would also kind of mitigate some safety problems and mitigate errors, kind of. And maybe to the first question, just a comment. It was about, yeah, how can I convince my bosses and so forth. From my experience, if they are Europeans and over 50, don't try it. Just do it. The second thing what I would recommend is just OAuth, so just understand their background, where they come from, because sometimes this helps you to approach them better in a more informed way. Thank you.
Okay, so answering your question, yes, I would really love to have visual representations of the configuration, and so that unfortunately comes back to the infinite amount of money, time, and people to implement it, but I would really like to have it, and hopefully at some point I will. That would be lovely. And about security, UI security audits, not as a separate procedure, but yes, as a continuous testing of the issue. If you want to talk more about, because probably I should stop at some point, so if you want to talk more with me about it, I'm usually around the Cubes assembly, which is findable at the navigation app. So, and I would love to continue conversations about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Another big round of applause, please. And yeah,
that was a very good presentation. Super informative. There are different kinds of like presentations. There are fun ones, informative ones. That was a really good one. Okay, I closed most of the tabs except those that I don't need, and let's go back to our instruction. So how are we going to get the name for the assembly instruction here? So we need to follow this path. So first we need to create this target object, like get a reference to the target object. So right now I will put everything in the name function itself.
Math, I have a question. Will two programs when wrote different languages communicate with each other? I mean, can CP program communicate with Java program?
Yeah, there are many ways to do it actually. The official one is to go through JNI. Here's an English Wikipedia. it can work both ways. From C and C++, you can define Java classes, and from Java you can then call into the... So JNI is something for C and C++. It allows you to interact with JVM as it's running. So JNI is essentially just a table with a list of pointers to functions, and those functions allow you to do pretty much anything with Java. Should be some... like one of those links should contain a good description of this. And then there are probably class libraries within Java that allow you to do the opposite way. For example, to call from Java into some C function.
So how about backways? Can I use CP methods from Java?
So C++ actually is very... it's fairly hermetic. It's fairly hermetic because it has to be loaded the right way. It's not so easy to look up symbols. So actually, usually when there are C++ libraries that are meant to be used from somewhere else, they offer a C API. And even LLVM does this. So if... So if I list the contents of the LLVM include directory, there are two directories here. One is called LLVM for C++, excuse me, and the other is called LLVM C, because C is the most... it's just easier to integrate with. It doesn't have any classes, templates, none of this stuff. And yeah, I'm sure there are probably plenty of modules or like packages in Java that can call C functions.
Well, a piece has to be wrote, and I don't understand how they integrating in a different lang.
Keanu Farrow says,
I just messed around with the snippet of code that you gave me, very useful, thanks. Also, what is a map in C? I haven't really heard of it in C. In particular, an unordered app. Is it similar to a KVP?
It's more like a dictionary. Is there a dictionary? Yeah. It's closer to this. Yeah, so about Java question, we could drill down. I don't want to spend too much time going on digressions. This is something that maybe some LLM could help with. LLMs probably know more Java libraries than I do. I think we need something like that. I will just do that. Within assembler, I will have this MC inst printer.
Are you against using ChatGPT for learning how to program?
No, actually I think it's great for that. Maybe it's not the best, but it's really hard to find a good source like for learning programming. Quite often you will. So the only issue with LLMs is that they sometimes mix up old and deprecated ways to do stuff and modern ones.
I tend to not be able to understand programming documentation for classes, but ChatGPT explains it very well to me.
Yeah, I think my comments are just nitpicking, really. I think it's really good for learning. It will sometimes recommend you some kind of old ways of doing stuff, but it's usually fine. Old ways typically still work. So languages like C++, they are changing rather quickly. So, I mean, nobody would say that. But the way to do many things has changed. So you used to do formatting using printf, then using IO streams, then using some format libraries from GitHub, and nowadays there is like a format library included in C++, but LLMs very rarely use this because it's very new and they haven't been retrained on the new code yet. Very interesting.
Piotr Mikolalian says,
Hey mate, what kind of switches you got in your keyboard? This stream is ear-pleasing even in the background, ha ha.
Nice. Those are not cherry switches? This is some kind of fake version of cherry switch. Okay, they don't even want to say what's the type of the switch, because it's some Chinese knockoff. I think those Kali red switches.
Thank you. I frequent watch your streams, and I very much respect the fact that when someone asks, you are able to stop your work and explain or show something.
Thanks. Quite often when the questions get repetitive, I tend to just post the answer to some info box under the stream. On Twitch there are more boxes actually. Yeah, I see you're watching from YouTube. But on Twitch we have a couple more. There's more space to put a description below the stream. Okay, I think...
Medarkim says.
Well, thanks, Math. I think I'll go now. Bye, Saya.
Yeah, nice. I mean, bye. Saya. The TTS doesn't know how to pronounce some things. Okay, I cannot initialize it here. Now we need to get those fields. Cool. Let's see if this will work. We should see something like add. Nope. We didn't initialize this stuff. Two new files. This is going to be our assembler. Essentially this. I will move this out into the separate file.
Effect.
We are not going to have that. Okay, at the start we have to call all those LLVM initialize functions. And we have to... No, there is nothing to de-initialize at the end. Oh yeah, we are missing the LZ and LZSTD. Let's put them here. Yeah, good point. We have to define it. Nice. We have the name of the instruction. Let's change this to be something different. Actually, I want to see this, how this class looks like. With markup? Okay, interesting. It actually knows how to do formatting. cannot change this easily. Public, I want just the public interface. Interesting. I want to see what this does. Okay, so this is the default mnemonic. think this is the main entry point for us, print inst. Let's try to use that. Okay, I don't understand this comment about the address. I will just pass 0 here. Annotation. Subtarget info. Okay, we need subtarget info. And this creates some issues. can crash. I'm returning memory on stack, which I am deallocating, so I just want to see what we will output. Okay, nothing. Yep. It's a memory leak, but whatever. I just want to see the output. Nice. We can even put a comment here. There's just one thing that I find weird, is that we have some leading white space. Or maybe this is a tab. Yeah, this could be a tab. Okay, it seems we are always printing tabulators. It's not great. I think we'll use this for printing the name of the object, because it's something that we don't have to keep around in memory. So what's this? Thread issue? Or maybe this one would be better. I think it will be the one on the top. Okay, I will do a 5-minute break and soon we will continue. I think we could create multiple instructions now, just to see if we can load them into memory. Anyway, in a few minutes. I have some ideas how to actually generate code right away. So we have our assembler, right? I think inside assembler we could have this buffer of memory, where we have code. Four kilobytes. Sounds good. I have no idea what is the issue. No, it needs a car. Now it's better. Okay, so this is our machine code. Let's allocate it. Okay, I will use a different memory protection here because it's a good idea to make the memory either executable and readable or writable. Within assembler, we will have one more function. Just update machine code. That will be it. And okay, so we have a region of memory and a vector with instructions that you would like to emit. Let's also say that our instruction is going to register and deregister itself from the assembler. So here is the plan. We'll go over all instructions. For each one, we will emit the machine code. We'll try to emit the instruction at the first position, and then we will check if this instruction has a successor. And this successor so we have this special type of connections in our design. Where those connections cannot fork, they can only be one-to-one. So this will be the basic block, roughly. It can have jumps. So if the last instruction wasn't an unconditional jump, and the epilogue is going to do exactly what epilogue does. Okay, and we also have a prologue, which is going to do exactly what this prologue here does.
As a pre-just followed on Twitter.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Peppreet says,
Hi, bro.
Doing good. Just moving the prototype code into Automat. So our design is slowly coming to life. Right. We have the first. I mean, the way it's rendered is going to change significantly, but we have a first instruction. I think we have this information, like about unconditional jumps. I think it was part of MC-inst.
Oh, nice. You're programming into physical device.
Yep. Okay. We are using LVM as an assembler so that we have a graphical kind of environment where we can graphically assemble programs. I remember we need some kind of instRinfo object. From there we can extract information about instructions. Yeah, LVM really deserves like a big refactoring.
Adracoma says,
Hello. How is it going?
Hey. We are... Yeah, I just mentioned this. I don't know if you've been during the assembly design, but we are slowly moving this into actual code right now. We have the first instruction object. Right now this is just a placeholder green box for rendering it. So this instruction is actually going to look slightly differently. Oh, I didn't mention this. I was watching Monty Python yesterday to get references for how we can... for design ideas. And it wasn't as I remembered it. So Monty Python is 80% just pictures of naked women. And the remaining 10% are classic pictures, like medieval paintings or just pictures of people, quite often cutouts from the frames of the show. Which move? I watched the first season, I'm halfway through the second season. In the second season there was one new thing, which is they started using technical drawings. And this is such a nice thing, because technical drawings, they have this long tradition of like very high quality diagrams. I mean, this is AI generated, but there are some actual, like this one.
Asaprit says,
Bro, can you stop for 1 minute? And can you just help me how to do a certain task I am trying to figure out?
Yeah, if it's a quick question, feel free to shoot. But generally speaking, I try to not do teaching on stream. There is plenty of like teaching content on Twitch and YouTube. Like educational content, I mean. Maybe just technical drawings. I think I've seen a book. I could have a book with some drawings like that. Anyway, this is another idea that we could use. I am keeping this in mind. Right now I think we will display registers as army of, you know, tiny soldiers.
I'm trying to get data from a certain website. It's a live casino table data beat. I cannot figure it out. I look into network tabs. There is no JSON responses which contains the data. Any idea how to get it? Just give me the idea. Rest I will research.
Yeah, I think it has to be in the data table because this is how the websites load the data, right? It just has to be hidden somehow. I've encountered similar issue many times. So usually, in my situations, I usually have this cooperative situation where the website, I can actually write to the website owners and ask them to expose this data, and usually they want to do that. I guess in your case, it's not the case.
Adrachromo says,
Yeah, I've seen the design part, and I love the Monty Python theme you're going for. It's really cool that you focus not only on the back end, but also on graphics and design end. You're doing a great.
Thanks. So about scraping, I don't know, there is actually this thing, this is like a very new thing, so some of the LLM models, the local ones, they support vision, right? So if you look at the library of stuff that you can run locally, this is a text model. Yeah, there is this Llama 3.2 vision. So there are actually some models. So if you can take a screenshot of the website automatically, then you could possibly interface with LLM. And I haven't tried anything like that. I don't know if they can actually read text or how well it works. When I find an excuse, I will probably try doing something with those. Yeah, and there is a JavaScript library. It's URL API. So I would try that. And when you make a screenshot, if you can cut only the section of the website that you are interested in, that will definitely help. Instead of showing the full website, cut just the table. And if this doesn't work, maybe OCR or something like that. Because I assume that the website has some protections.
Atapreet says.
Okay, bro, thank you. I will try that.
There is one more thing. I think there could be a way to insert a breakpoint into the website. So when you open an element, right? I can find some element. So this is this introduction element here. I think I can add some event listener so that when it's changed, it will call my function, but my function is just going to call debugger. So when you do that, then it should allow you to see the code which actually changes this value if it's changed interactively. So there are ways to actually get access to the... There's like a trick to very quickly find the JavaScript which does some operation. I don't know if it's applicable to your problem though.
Okay, thanks for the idea. We'll research into it. All the best for your project.
Thanks. This assembler, I think it shouldn't be a global variable.
Also, I like her hairstyle. You seems like a cool guitarist. Or something.
I need to learn to play guitar, I guess. I keep hearing this. So updating machine code, how does it work? First we have to call mprotect. And I am changing this into read-write protection, so we can change this section of memory, and at the end I change it into read exec. Okay, so there is that. And now we have to emit this machine code. This is not how it works. class needs instruction info. And a context. We don't have a context yet. We have to create it. Okay, unfortunately we have to construct it differently. I think I can wrap this one in unique pointer. Because I don't think I'm deleting this. Okay. Actually, this is not exactly how we will process this collection, because we have to follow the sequence, the basic block.
Mecca says.
Are you a freelancer now?
No, I'm working exclusively on Automat. Yeah, it will be very hard to do something like this in just free time. Game developers do this kind of stuff, but it requires a lot of time. I don't know why they would make this a mistake. Is there an explanation online? Why is this a warning? It's probably a different cast that I will need here, like reinterpret or something like that. Yeah. This is pretty arbitrary. I'm thinking of different ways to structure this code, but I think it's going to actually be very similar to this. This will be a while loop. We'll have a different, like a queue here of instructions instead of this global vector. We have to resolve relative jumps somehow. Okay, so we have, let's always emit a jump too. I need to include this stuff. I wonder what's the difference between jump 32M . this jump here. Is there a jump 16? Doesn't matter. That would be nice. Let's try far jumps. Okay, but before we emit this function here, we need epilogue. So let's first construct prologue and epilogue and copy them into our memory buffer. Okay, so here is a function that is going to... Maybe I don't need to cache anything. It doesn't cost us anything almost. to assemble the epilogue every time. Whatever. So let's do it here. I think 8 is a good size. Okay. Okay, this is a wall of code that could be replaced with a loop, but there it is. Okay, at the end, we also have to jump. RDI. Okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, should be RDI. We have to know the same weird stuff. I think I should use string view for that. Okay. Okay, let's also implement the run function so that we can actually run this instruction. Okay, let's put one more so large. Okay, this MC inst is actually large. Okay, that's the issue. I was thinking that I'm that wasteful. And the idea here is that when the assembler assembles stuff, it will tell each instruction where it's located in memory. Actually, no, we are not going to call it directly. We are going to go through our prologue. Now we should be able to run this. Segmentation fault. It happens. That was very weird. We are setting all of those instructions. Each of them should have an address. I could reload the machine code. Maybe I should use scar for machine code. It seems to be more natural. Okay, we can, I guess, decompile it. Sorry, disassembler. This is what we want. Okay, so here is our function that adds two numbers, and then there is some garbage. Okay, I don't like this disassembler. I will try a different one. This one was a good one. Unfortunately, this was not properly disassembled. I think this jump that we are doing here, we are not emitting it correctly. Those far jumps, they don't seem to work. I think we have to do the relative one. Yep. But that means we have a fix-up. Okay, that should work. Okay, it doesn't seem quite right to me. That should be 16 here. I mean, here. We should see 16 and not 23. Okay, there was an error here. Still there. The same. Okay, this should be 3, this should be 4, and this should be 7. Okay, that's right. It's like we are not subtracting this jump base. Or maybe, yeah, this is the disassembler. Yeah, it prints absolute offsets, so it's printing offset from here. Okay. False alarm. Let's decompile this. I mean disassemble. So this is the epilogue. We are popping a bunch of registers and returning. And this is the prologue. Pushing the registers and doing a jump. And yeah, I mean, it crashed, okay. Why aren't we... Why aren't we initializing this stuff? I think there is only one potential explanation. It's that we are not registering correctly. crashed. Okay, but at least we are running proper machine code now. I think this should be... This is weird. Is this absolute jump? I think I know. Or maybe I don't. So the weird thing is that the segmentation fault tells us that we tried to access memory at this address. And this looks like this. Here. F9. So it tells me that this jump is actually causing issue. But it should be relative. Okay, quite a bit of stuff to compile, I see. Okay, maybe I will do that. I will print information about this fix-up. Let's run regular Automat for a second. Yep. This is a very strange segmentation fault. It's as if our jump didn't jump into the right address. Okay, so we should be probably broke something with the stack pointer. Yeah, we definitely jumped to this location. Okay, I will do this. I will put a breakpoint here. Let's try again. I want to see step by step what's happening. And there is our breakpoint. Prolog function looks reasonable. Entry point address also. Okay, step out. Once more. RDI looks good. RAX looks good. So I would like to see the disassembly of this function here. Okay, this is much better. So we have push, and then our jump to RDI. Okay, now we are jumping to RDI, which is holding the correct address. So we have add queue and this stuff. This is good. And now is our jump to the epilogue. I have no idea what's that. Oh, why did we suddenly jump to some weird address? That looked correct. This is the address of epilogue. So maybe instead of filling this array with zeros, I could fill this with knobs. Same issue. Okay, maybe those bytes are not zeros when I pop them. Let's print those values. Nope, they are zeros. I could also not change them at all. So the sequence of knobs should have the same effect. When I change this base address, suddenly it's different. I'm not going to emit any jump. That thing used to work in prototype. Okay, now it's working. It looks like this 2-byte jump is absolute. That's how it looks to me. Okay, the 4-byte jump also works. Okay, maybe just the 2-byte jump is different. Yeah, I think this 6/6 E9. Maybe it did change the size of the operand. That doesn't make sense. I was thinking whether maybe it skipped the assign bits. Apparently we can use the 4-byte version, and that should work. We can execute machine code. Nice. There are still some things I would like to change with how this works. A lot of to-dos, yeah, a lot of. Okay, I'm not working on the UI yet. But our plan for today was achieved. We have an object that represents an instruction. It can be parameterized. It talks with assembler. I think we can improve the assembler. So on the next stream, we'll be working on the instruction factory. And we should still, yeah, this assembler object. So I think instead of having a global assembler, assembler should be a part of machine. Each machine is going to have its own assembler. The stuff that we have now, I think we can submit. Okay, those things I can revert. Much nicer. I think we can commit this auto tools. I will delete that. We don't want that. I will just not submit it. Actually, I need to submit this. Cool. Okay. What else I would like to do here? I would like to cleanups. I think it would be nice if assembler is going to be a part of the machine object. The point of machine, it just conceptually fits. The point of machine is to be a collection of objects that can work together. And I think if machine is if it includes the assembler, it kind of, on some level, it tells all the objects that, hey, you can rely on the assembly functions if you want to. And machine is always going to have them available. And that's one option. Option 2 would be to have an assembler, like a proper Automat object called assembler, that's going to just take care of assembling everything. Maybe this is even better. The only issue is that this assembler object, I think it could be hidden. It's not necessary. So this assembler, I think it will have to be a regular object, because there are many options here that I imagine I might want to tweak, like visually. For example, change the architecture of the assembler, or increase the size of the machine code buffer. So I think if assembler is supposed to be an object, I would like it to be an implicit object, so that it should be possible to work with it without even caring about its existence. So that we will have some objects for assembly, like there will be no instructions, but here there will be an instruction wizard. So when you drop an instruction wizard, you will be able to use it to find instruction, and it will be the object that produces instructions. And behind the scenes, it should access some default assembler object. Like, it should be invisible until you need it. Then you will be able to kind of pull it from like a hidden compartment. In terms of connecting instructions, I think it would be nice if two instructions placed below each other would automatically connect. So we'll have to figure out how to do this. And I don't mean the radar that we have here. I mean, they should kind of create like a vertical stack of instructions where grabbing an instruction would kind of remove it from the stack. Then you could kind of move it around or take it out. And then also the whole stack could be dragged around. Yeah, so a sequence of instructions is not going to... I mean, an instruction isn't going to have a... Or maybe it will. Like an output pointer. Maybe it should. Okay, maybe I will do a very simple renderer for the instructions right now. Because I think we need something slightly better than what we have right now. Yeah, actually I will do a simpler version here. Okay, and we will use this nicely formatted assembly. Okay. And I also need a constructor, I guess. Okay, we still need to change the shape code. I think we should get rid of tabs in the name. Something wrong with the text. Width. Or maybe the width is good, we just need to position it better. Oh yeah. There we go. So this is a very simple representation of an instruction. We'll create a proper widget next week, probably. I mean, not next week, in 2 weeks. Next week we are doing instruction factory. The name of the instruction will be, I will not use the opcode name. Because the name of the object is mostly used for serialization. I will just call it instruction. This way we don't need to register thousands of instructions, it's just one, and it's parameterizable. Unnecessary printf. Okay, I think this is something we can submit. Okay, everything else stays. Okay, and that would be it for today. We can now run code in Automat. I mean, we cannot see any effects, it cannot influence anything, so there's probably not much value in having it here. But soon there will be. Okay, so see you next week. Bye.